Hello, everyone. I'm meteorologist Chesley McNeil. We are looking at, and welcome to Line Plus weather coverage, extended weather coverage for today. Because of the heavy rain that's in our forecast area, we are under an Line weather impact alert. That alert will last all day long today. We're expecting rounds of rain to move through the area and over some of the same areas, which will lead to ponding on the roadways and also flooding on some of our area rivers, creeks, and streams. So we have to be on the lookout for that. Again, this is an all-day event. Rain starting off light this morning will become more intense, if you will, as we head toward the afternoon. So we're saying rounds of rain, but we'll get this heavy round of rain or two or three coming through the area later on this afternoon. So you have to be on the lookout for the roads. It's A. B, you have to look out for that river flooding, streams and lakes as well that are around your home, folks. They'll fill up quickly because we had rain yesterday. Ground's already saturated, has no place to go but up. And that's going to be the case as we head through the rest of the afternoon. We are under a flood watch. That flood watch kicked in yesterday and continues through today. In fact, it will last until Thursday morning. That's when we're expecting that rain to begin to subside. The flood watch has been extended, at least down to the south. Yesterday we had it stopped right there at the city of Atlanta, now extending down to some of our southernmost counties. In fact, most of our southern counties. It's over toward the east where you don't see it. So it extends from Rome over to Athens, down through Atlanta, and then down into Barnesville. You're looking at 3 to 5 inches of rainfall on top of what we've already had. And yesterday we got up anywhere between a half inch to about an inch of rain. So this is just going to add to it. In some localized spots, you can get over 5 inches of rainfall, especially up here to the far north. And so some of that we'll have to continue to watch out for, which is why we call it a flood watch. We're watching for the potential for flooding to take place. No areas as of yet known to have any warnings as of yet. Now, when it comes to river flooding, that's going to take some time because of what hits the land has to run off. And so as it runs off, it continues to pile up. And so that will be a slow process. So even after the rain subsides, when we talk about river flooding or lake flooding, that kind of thing, it's going to take some time. We haven't seen much this morning as far as heavy rain. It has been on the light side. We get these moderate pockets in there every now and again. And so what you're looking at right now is a few moderate pockets popping up over toward the north. We had a few, and then they'll dissipate as they head into South Carolina. For example, you look here north of Mossy Creek, that yellow right there indicates some very moderate rainfall coming down in the area, but no heavy rain. Over toward Tallulah Falls as well. You got some over toward Sandy Cross, just south of Homer in Banks County there, down toward Commerce. You got a few moderate pockets in there. Back down toward the city, not a whole lot. In fact, you're catching a break in places like Paulding County and parts of Cobb County. You head into the city right now, you do have some of that rain, that wet weather. It's light again for the most part, and we do have a few moderate pockets around just south of Forest Park there into Clayton County. We do have a little moderate pocket. Catching a break for South Fulton County. Back into Douglas County, northern parts of Coweta County as well, you are catching a break. But more will fill in as we head through the rest of the morning. Our temperatures, wanted to show you this. Temperatures so far this morning have been in the 30s in a lot of spots. In fact, we just jumped into the 40s here in Atlanta and over toward Peachtree City. Has been in the 40s to the west. And so our westernmost counties, like LaGrange, you're at 43 degrees in the city of LaGrange. Floyd County, for example, where Rome is, you got 41 there. Your warm spot is normally where we'd have the coolest spot up in Blairsville at 45. So that wedge, and what we mean by a wedge is that we mean cooler air wedged up against the mountains. And so it just kind of sits there in place. Usually takes something to erode that, a southerly push of wind. And we have that down to the south. As you can see, it gets a little bit warmer down to the south. But as that begins to erode, it will lift to the north and we'll get some warmer temperatures in here. And now, the reason why we wouldn't want that is because there's the threat for severe weather as a cold front will pass through our area. That won't be until later on this late afternoon and into the evening we'll see that. And as that front moves through, if we have that warm air in place or warmer air in place and the wedge is not there, that enhances our threat for the severe weather. All right, we talk about thunderstorms, could pack winds up to about 59, 60 miles per hour, something we'll have to watch out for. As you look at the 6-hour radar satellite and radar composite loop here, it shows the heaviest rain well off to the west of us. You can see it over into parts of Mississippi and northern parts of Louisiana, southern parts of Arkansas. This is where we have a warm front that will continue to lift further off to the north. That warm front now down here to the south, and a cold front adjacent to that. Now this is moving so slow that it's mainly, or what could be considered as a stationary boundary. You get little waves that will ride along that like areas of low pressure, and that's what helps to keep bringing that wet weather in. Now, I told you that we have a southerly push down here to the south, southern portion of the state, that southerly flow coming in. And so temperatures obviously warmer there. We have an easterly flow coming in up here in North Georgia, which is what's sustaining the wedge for now. If and when this warm front starts to lift through the area, we can get more of that southerly flow coming in, and that will help to erode the wedge that's over us and increase our potential for some severe weather to be around. Right now, if this holds on, and I suspect that it will because of the cloud cover and the rain that we have out there, we'll stay on the cooler side for much of the day and won't even see that temperature begin to rise. And if that's the case, then a lot of this will be somewhat obsolete. Large area of yellow in here indicates a slight risk for severe weather. So you're talking about Georgia all the way over into Louisiana. That's that level 2 threat there, extends into our state. So you're talking about our westernmost counties here, our central westernmost counties, extends almost into the city of Atlanta. South Fulton, you're included in this, Coweta County, Fayette County, and also Clayton County, and the western portions of Henry County included in that level 2 threat for severe weather. What that means is scattered severe thunderstorms are possible, right, if they happen to form. Now, I think with that wedge in place, it's a little more likely a little further down to the south. So you're talking about down toward Columbus, over toward Macon, those areas a little bit more likely. If the wedge holds on for us, I think it's a little more likely down to the south of us. This green, that dark green shade right there, indicates a level 1 threat, which means isolated strong severe thunderstorms could be possible. That extends from Atlanta almost into Athens. Rome is included in it. Macon is included in that, where we could see some of those thunderstorms trying to hold on and may move a little bit further over toward the east. And again, the likelihood of this taking place would be more toward the evening as we get that warm front pushing through and then followed by the cold front. And so that would create some instability, or enough instability that we could see a couple of those thunderstorms. Here it is, our forecast track model. You can follow along with me with the time at the top of the screen. Shows that heavy rain getting in here by mid-morning. Widespread moderate rain up here to the north, heavier pockets of that rain just north of the city, sliding through the area. And so we'll have it as early as mid-morning, catch a brief break, and then more of that heavy rain comes back to us for the latter half of the afternoon. So once we get past 2, 3 o'clock, more of that heavy rain starts to push in. And that heavy rain could begin to train or move over the same areas continuously. And if that's the case, that could lead to some flash flooding, especially along the roads there. So we'll still have to be on the lookout. If you look at the map now, according to our model, and the time, notice our winds are still coming in out of the east-northeast. And so I think that helps to prevent that severe weather. Still got that southerly push as far north as Thomaston and Edenton, Georgia. And then as we head in further into the evening, notice that heavy rain continuing to push further off to the north, still under that easterly flow. And if that remains the same, again, not enough eroding of the wedge for us to see a lot of severe weather. So this could all be heavy rain, maybe with a few lightning strikes associated with it. I think it will be stronger back off to the west of us, but how will it hold together moving in? That's going to be the question. So a few embedded thunderstorms are certainly possible as we head into the evening, and so we'll watch that. During the wee hours of the morning, that's when things will begin to clear out for us finally. As you can see, most of that heavy rain begins to shift a little bit further to the south. We got the southerly flow coming in. That front will make its way further down to the south as well, and then we'll start the drying out process. We'll see the skies begin to dry out with that northwesterly flow coming through. We get some sunshine in here for the latter half of the day on Thursday. That's going to set us up for sunshine for Friday. We're going to start you off with mostly sunny skies. You have a few thin clouds passing through the afternoon. Anywhere from partly to mostly sunny clouds, skies will be the call for your Valentine's Day Friday. So Friday remains dry. The unfortunate part to this is that the wet weather is going to come back to us as we head into the upcoming weekend. So today we have that 11 Live weather impact alert where we have a 100% chance of the rain. Got it out there right now. It's going to be off and on as we head through the day. A done deal, right? We're looking at the rain lasting through Thursday morning. That's in the wee hours of the morning. We'll clear it out by the afternoon. 63 degrees will be the afternoon high temperature. 58 for the high on Friday, where we got mostly sunny skies, mostly sunny to partly sunny skies after a 36-degree start. Going to warm it back up again ahead of another front that's going to come through as we head into the weekend. So Saturday right now, 40% chance of that rain. I think that comes for the latter half of the day. We'll watch it late Saturday going into Sunday, that's where we could see more of those thunderstorms begin to move into play over us. Temperatures starting off in the 50s on Sunday. We'll get up to 63 degrees for the high. I think by the afternoon that front passes and we'll gradually start to clear it out, which means we'll get the sunshine back in here as we head into Monday. That front, next one coming through for the weekend, doing its job, really cooling us down or colding us down, if you will, for highs and a start temperature on Monday. Monday, we're going to start you off right around 28 degrees. We'll get up to 48 for the afternoon high under partly sunny skies and then mostly sunny skies by next Tuesday. And we'll gradually start to see that temperature warm back up again. 55 degrees is close to where we should be for this time of year. We should be around 57, but that's at least back to normal for this time of year. So we got to deal with this wet weather, folks. We're going to be dealing with it pretty much through the day. Again, light right now, but by the time we get to mid-morning, it's going to start to pick back up again on us. We'll see the rain start to intensify a bit. And that will be off and on as we head through the rest of the afternoon. So rounds of heavy rain in, creating this 11 Live weather impact alert for us. And we have the flood watch that continues through Thursday morning. And we have the potential for some severe weather to push into the area. I think it won't happen until later on today as those temperatures begin to bump up just a little bit into the 50s. That 53-degree temperature is a late day high for us. Okay, so as we stretch into the evening, we'll watch that temperature continuously begin to rise as that warm front begins to lift to the north. Will it make it all the way through our area? It remains to be a question for us. That will help us determine how much, if any, severe weather will happen in the area. So again, our 11 Live weather impact for today. Tomorrow is when we start to clear it out. We'll see some lingering showers in the wee hours of the morning, but by the time you're waking up, we'll just have mostly cloudy skies and we'll get some sunshine in by the afternoon. Better day again on our Valentine's Day Friday with temperatures close to where they should be for this time of year. And then here comes another front that's going to come through and bring the wet weather for us on Saturday. Looks to be late in the day going into Sunday. Sunday afternoon, we'll begin to clear it out, and then we'll have fair skies as we head into Monday, Tuesday. Certainly cooler by Monday, looking at 48 degrees for the afternoon high temperature and 55 on Tuesday. We're going to continue to update you right here, 11 Live Plus, on top of every hour. So starting again, or every half hour even, so starting again right around 7:30 this morning, we'll have another update for you on the forecast, and we'll keep you updated pretty much all day long. Keep it locked right here. Got some heavy rain pushing into the forecast area, which means it could cause problems for us. Not only just a nuisance trying to get around or even just getting out and about for today, could cause flooding in our area. We had the rain yesterday, ground's already saturated. We're going to have more rain today. In fact, we'll have a couple heavy rounds that will move through, and that's just going to make that water that we have out there just begin to pile back up. Okay, and so we could see flooding in a lot of spots, especially along our area, river, creeks, and streams, and also ponding on the roadways. That water will collect and it will sit there, especially where we have poor drainage areas, and so you got to drive in and out of that, okay? And so you want to be careful out there this afternoon. Be on the lookout for flooding in our area. Those rounds of heavy rain will be around, I'm thinking this afternoon, starting this afternoon and going into the evening is where we'll see that. The flood watch started yesterday, has extended now a little bit further down to the south, from our southernmost counties. So just about all of North Georgia included in this flood watch, except for our extreme easternmost counties, which is almost out of our viewing area there. But from Rome, Atlanta, all the way down into like Barnesville, for example, or down toward Spalding County, that's where it continues. We could see anywhere from 3 to maybe 5 inches of rainfall. That's a lot, especially up to the far north. And be honest with you, there was areas that we needed up there because of a moderate drought. But this may be all too much of a good thing at once. And so that's what leads to that flooding that could potentially take place, that heavy rain. This flood watch will last until Thursday morning. That's when we're expecting that rain to begin to subside or get out of the way. By the time we get to Thursday morning, it should be out of the way by then. So it's something that we have to watch out for. When we talk about a flood watch, we're watching for the potential for flooding. Where will it actually wind up being? That's the question, all right? And so we have to monitor that as we head throughout much of the day. You can see some drying taking place over toward the west, but then rain already starting to fill in, right? And so it'll be off and on as we head through the day. Very widespread so far this morning, catching a brief break, and then more will start to come back. So even in the city of Atlanta right now, you're catching a brief break from the rain all around the perimeter, but then more of that rain will come right back to you. And so even if you're not using your windshield wipers for one moment, doesn't mean in the next 5 minutes or so, more rain won't come back. It's been light for the most part so far this morning. We're looking at a few moderate pockets here and there. We've been seeing that as we've been heading through the morning. No lightning strikes associated with this at all. As that continues to push right on out of the area, we've been seeing these little yellow pockets begin to pop up. You look at Sandy Cross, just south of that is where you have that little speck of orange in there. That's where some very heavy rain is coming down at the current moment. Over toward Mossy Creek, in fact, just south of Mossy Creek, in White County, you're seeing a little bit of yellow there, but now has begun to move out. And so you're catching a break back towards Sussex, places like Juneau and Dawson County, over towards Silver City, down through Flowery Branch as well. A little bit further down to the south, we still have some light rain. So in parts of Douglas County, into South Fulton County, down into Coweta County, and also into Fayette County as well. Clayton County, you're dealing with a little bit of that light rain as well. And again, it has been light pretty much all morning long, but that light rain adds up as well since we've already had the rain yesterday. Temperatures have been on the cool side thanks to a wedge. And when we talk about a wedge, we talk about cold air or cool air backed up against the mountains, and it just kind of sits there. And you're really not getting any warm air coming in to help heat these temperatures up or bump those temperatures up a bit. And so we're starting off with temperatures down into the 30s in a lot of spots. In fact, in Atlanta, we started out around 38 degrees, 39 degrees. And so now we're up to 40 in Peachtree City, 41 degrees Marietta, 41 also in Georgia's Rome, 43 down toward LaGrange. But the warm spot would be Blairsville at 45, which is normally our coolest spot, especially in the mornings. But those 30s are out there, and I think they will hang on. I think this wedge hangs on for much of the day. We're watching to see if it will erode. And if it happens to erode early enough, that's going to intensify our threat for severe weather. And so we'll have to watch out for that. But right now, a little bit warmer over into our westernmost counties. And that's where we think if there's going to be a threat for severe weather, that's where it will be. Mainly south central portions of the state could see that thanks to a front that's going to make its way through. Heaviest rain right now is back off to the west of us. You can see it now pushing into parts of Alabama, coming out of northern parts of Louisiana, and also into Arkansas as well. That's where you see the heaviest rain. For us, it has been on the light side. This will continue to push over toward the east. We're going to watch a warm front that's down here to the south begin to lift back to the north. Now you can see a cold front over us right now. This is mainly stationary, really, and so really not much movement to it. You can see in the southern portions of our state, see the arrows, how they're coming up from the south. but then they hit this boundary here and then they kind of dissipate. Winds just to the north of the boundary are coming in out of the east, which is sustaining that wedge for us, which is why we have the clouds and light rain along with that easterly flow. I think will keep us on the cooler side today. Temperatures today will stay or remain in the 40s. We'll hang out right there in the 40s for today. All right, and then tonight, I think as this warm front moves through, that's where we'll start to see the temperatures begin to warm up just a little bit. Something that we have to watch out for. It'll be in between the warm front once it moves through, if it gets all the way through the area, the warm front and a cold front that's going to come in. And that's where you get the most instability when you're between the warm front and a cold front there. You got that cool air and then colder air typically behind it leads to severe weather in your general sense. Okay, notice this wide area of yellow here that extends from New Orleans all the way up almost into Atlanta. That is a level 2 threat or a slight risk for severe weather. The Storm Prediction Center placing that into our state, well in, almost into, or at least covering parts of Henry County. It's down here, our westernmost counties. I'm going to say down toward the Columbus area. That far south is where you can see the potential for some severe weather, even though the Weather Service now has that covering places like Carroll County, southern portions of Paulding County, a little bit of the southwestern portions of Cobb County, but everything south of that is where we have the level 2 threat, which means scattered severe thunderstorms are possible. Where you have this dark green shade, so from Rome, includes Atlanta, almost into Athens, down toward Macon, would be isolated strong to severe thunderstorms. So that's included there. If we see these thunderstorms, I don't think it takes place until later on tonight. After that warm front moves through the area and then that cold front comes in behind it, that would be the greatest threat, I think, for the severe weather to be around, and that won't happen until tonight. Will that warm front make its way all the way through up to the north? That's going to be the question that we're looking for as we watch and monitor those temperatures later on tonight. Here's how it all plays out. Forecast track model. You can follow along with me with the time right there at the top. The screen shows the light showers around this morning. And then once you get into the afternoon, that rain starts to intensify. In fact, I think we'll see it as early as 11 o'clock. Stopped it here by 11:30. And you can see that where we have that heavier rain that's coming down. Those pockets of orange in there, a little bit of yellow indicating the moderate rain. The light rain would be green. You notice our wind flow is still coming in out of the east. And so that's going to help to stabilize us a little bit. Once we get into the latter afternoon, we're going to have these a training effect, or where heavy rain just kind of hits the same areas over and over again, right? And that could lead to even some flash flooding on some of the roadways out there. That heavy rain stays with us, and notice how we catch a brief break as we head toward early evening, and then late, here comes more of that heavy rain pushing right back into the same areas where we're going to see some flooding taking place. Heavy rain, it's 9 o'clock. Some embedded thunderstorms certainly can be involved in this, although it still shows our flow out of the east. And it's down to the south, just south of Thomaston, where you have that southerly flow. And so that front not making much progress, at least according to our model. We'll have to wait and see if that's the case, or will that wedge begin to erode and allow some of that warmer air and instability to get in. That's going to be the question we'll be watching for, and we'll keep you updated on that, of course. Front passes through the area so that by Thursday morning, a lot of that heavy rain is down to the south of us. We'll keep the clouds in place through the morning, and then by the afternoon, with that northwesterly flow coming in behind the front, we'll start to dry it out, which means we'll get some sunshine in here for the latter half of the day on Thursday. And guess what? We're going to hold on to it as we head into Valentine's Day Friday. You got plans? Well, it's going to be dry for you. We'll see the sunshine around, some clouds passing through. So anywhere from partly to mostly sunny skies will be the call for your Friday. And then Saturday and Sunday, the wet weather will return and come back to the forecast areas. You can see a 40% chance on Saturday. Sunday, we got a 60% chance of the rain, and then clearing it out again as we head into next week. Our 11 live weather impact alert is for today. All right, all day long with that heavy rain coming in, flooding our number one concern with this. And then there's a small threat for some severe weather, but flooding again is the major thing we need to look out for. Only 53 degrees for a high, and I think that will be a late day high, even if we get that high, because we likely will just stay in the 40s. 63 degrees will be the temperature tomorrow with the sunshine breaking out late in the day. Holding on to the sun for your Friday. Valentine's Day looks nice. 58 degrees will be the high temperature, and that's close to where we should be for this time of year. Our average high is about 57. And so we'll get right back to our average and then warm up a little bit more as we head into Saturday. Got another system that's going to come through, bring the rain. For now, 40% chance for the showers on Saturday. By Sunday morning, there could be a couple of rumbles of thunder associated with the rain. We'll give it a 60% chance, 63 degrees for the high. That front moves through and drops that temperature down. Yeah, almost chilly on Monday, at least for the start, 28-degree start. We'll hit 48 for the afternoon high under partly to mostly sunny skies, 55 degrees on Tuesday with the sunshine returning. And I do think there'll be some wet weather that will come back to us late in the week as we head into next week. For now, just know that there's a 11 light weather impact for your Wednesday with the heavy rain coming in, and we'll have heavy rounds of that rain as we head through the late afternoon going into the evening, where we could see a couple thunderstorms begin to pick up by then. Keep it locked right here for the very latest. We'll be updating you all morning long with weather updates right here on 11 Live Plus.
Good morning. I'm meteorologist Nicole Hartford. Thanks for streaming us on 11 Alive Plus. We have a weather impact alert in effect throughout the day today that may even continue into the overnight hours tonight as we monitor the threat for some heavy rainfall. So that weather impact alert in effect throughout the day today with periods of heavy rain. This will be rounds of rainfall. So in your location, it may not be constantly raining all day, but we'll see periods of heavy rain. And at times those periods of heavy rain could be very heavy, which would lead to a risk for some flooding, especially surrounding streams, creeks, pooling on roadways. Even without flooding, this will make for a bit of a mess on roadways throughout much of the day. With that flood risk, we do have a flood watch that is in effect for much of North Georgia. This remains in effect until Thursday morning. So again, surrounding those rivers, creeks, streams, that's where we have the highest risk for some flooding, as many locations could see an additional 3 to 4, even 5 inches of rainfall accumulation on top of what we've already picked up. These are our 24-hour rainfall totals so far. A big swath up the 85 corridor towards the northwest into the northwestern corner of the state has picked up anywhere from about 3/4 of an inch up to about 1.5 inches. Down towards the southeast of 85, we've seen closer to about a 1/2 inch of accumulation. This has accumulated so far over a pretty extended period of time. We've seen a lot of light to moderate rainfall that has lasted through the overnight and much of the day yesterday. So far, it's mostly been nuisance rainfall. It hasn't really led to any issues across North Georgia when it comes to flooding or on the roads. But the heaviest of the rainfall is still headed our way. We're actually in a little bit of a lull. Many of us are still seeing rain, at the very least a little bit of a light mist or a light drizzle, but the rain at this point is predominantly light. Now we have a couple pockets of some heavier rainfall down towards the south of the city as we get closer to Clayton County, off towards the south of Peachtree City into Carroll County. We have a couple pockets of some heavier rainfall there, as well as out towards Bartow County. But for the most part, what we're seeing at this point is light rainfall. When I zoom out on our radar, however, you can see a lot of widespread, very heavy rainfall that extends into portions of Alabama, as well as Mississippi and Louisiana. And yes, this is going to be headed our way throughout the day today. So we're really just getting started when it comes to that rainfall potential, and especially when it comes to what we're anticipating with rounds of heavy rainfall. Our temperatures today will really come into play, and they will help us to kind of limit too much of a severe weather threat. You'll notice there's a big difference between temperatures down towards the Gulf Coast, where we're sitting in the 70s off towards Pensacola, 60s in Baton Rouge. Meanwhile, in Atlanta, we're at 40 degrees currently, and that's all thanks to the influence of the wedge. That's when we have that ridge of high pressure that sits up over the Carolinas. It traps the cold air against the Appalachian Mountains and leads to cool, cloudy, just kind of dreary conditions across North Georgia. This helps to keep our air a little bit more stable. Colder air means more stable air. So as we go throughout the day today and that wedge begins to erode, some of that warmer air may start to creep up towards the north. And if that happens, we may have a little bit more of a severe weather threat. At this point, it looks like the most prominent severe weather threat throughout the day today is going to be off towards our west, where we have a slight, that's a level 2 in yellow, to even enhanced a level 3 risk that extends through portions of Louisiana, Mississippi, as well as Alabama. Now, we are included in that marginal to slight risk for severe weather. This mainly comes into play later this afternoon as we watch for some potentially warmer temperatures. We could be on the lookout for some storms that not only produce the heavy rainfall and a flood risk, but also produce potentially gusty winds as well as small hail. Our tornado threat is very low, but it is not zero. So that's something we'll be watching, especially across our far southern counties. I'm talking down into portions of Troup, Meriwether County, especially where it's more likely temperatures could warm up a little bit more throughout the day today. Here's it broken down hour by hour on your forecast track. So the rainfall becomes a little bit more widespread as the morning progresses. We start to see more pockets of some heavier rainfall kind of mixed into our lighter rain. This is by 2 o'clock this afternoon. So this is when we start to see more periods of heavier rainfall, and we introduce that risk for some embedded thunderstorms. This continues on and off. This, again, is not going to be all rain all the time for every location. But if you have any outdoor plans, you need to stay weather aware. And honestly, I don't think you're going to be getting to many of those outdoor plans at all today. Overnight tonight, it looks like the rainfall may become even heavier. So the main event may come later this evening into the overnight hours. This is on our forecast track at 9 o'clock this evening. Notice we start to see more of the darker reds showing up on our forecast track. That indicates not only the heavier rainfall, but it also shows us perhaps where some of those stronger storms could end up developing. Now, this will wind down as we go into the overnight hours. So the showers and storms will start to push down towards the southeast. And by the time the sun is rising tomorrow morning, we're left with, yes, wet roadways, of course, maybe some lingering flooding, depending on how things play out tonight. But other than perhaps a light mist or drizzle, not much actually falling from the sky, and we'll try and clear out throughout the day on Thursday. When it comes to rainfall totals over the course of the next 24 hours, we could see an additional 3 to 5 inches of rainfall in some locations. This particular forecast model is kind of pinpointing the 85 corridor, which is where we've already accumulated an inch or an inch and a half of rainfall, and that's where our flooding threat may be the highest. We dry out for the end of the week, Thursday and Friday, and then we bring another round of rainfall as we go into the weekend. That will come again with a flood risk, as well as a potential for some stronger, maybe even severe storms into portions of Saturday night as well as Sunday. So we've got a lot of rain in the forecast over the next 7 days. From these two combined systems and multiple rounds of rainfall, we could see an additional 4 or 5 inches across portions of North Georgia, much of which will be accumulated in the next 24 hours. Temperatures today remain chilly for much of our area, but we will start to gradually warm up as we move towards the end of the week and into the weekend. We do have that weather impact alert in effect again as we move throughout the day today and even into tonight. As the rainfall winds down, we could still see some runoff that leads to additional flooding, especially around those streams and creeks. We will have more updates here on 11 Alive Plus as well as on air to keep you updated as the rainfall continues throughout the day today. Good morning. I'm meteorologist Nicole Hartford. I'm here in the 11 Alive studios. Thanks for streaming on 11 Alive Plus as we track multiple rounds of rainfall that are working their way through North Georgia. Because of this, we have a weather impact alert. So that just means you need to be aware throughout the day today as well as into tonight, especially once it gets dark, that periods of heavy rainfall could lead to some flooding across North Georgia. Now, the main spots that we're going to be on the lookout for are those typical low-lying spots. So surrounding streams, creeks, rivers, anything of that nature, as we're anticipating about 3 to 5 inches of rainfall on top of what we've already picked up. So again, the rivers, creeks, as well as streams, and then pooling on roadways may become more of an issue as the day progresses. That flood watch remains in effect across most of North Georgia, all of metro Atlanta through tomorrow morning, and especially once the sun sets tonight and it becomes harder to see the roads. You just need to make sure to take it very slow and be cautious. So far, our rainfall has been mostly light, which means that although it's been raining for about 24 hours now, our rainfall totals have not been all that impressive. We're talking anywhere from a ½ inch up to 3/4 of an inch for locations down towards the southeast of the 85 corridor. All the spots highlighted in green. That's where we've seen about a ½ inch of rainfall accumulation or even less in some spots. Now up towards the northwest of Atlanta, northwest of that 85 corridor, that's where some locations have picked up closer to an inch or even an inch and a half of rainfall accumulation already, and there's still a lot more to come. Right now on our satellite radar, we're starting to see some of that heavier rainfall push through Alabama and get closer to the Georgia state line. We've got a couple pockets of some of that heavier rainfall up into portions of Murray and Whitfield counties, as well as down towards Randolph County in Alabama. But for the most part, through North Georgia, most of what we're seeing is a steady, light to maybe moderate rainfall. Through the Atlanta metro, it's not much more than just a light drizzle in some locations. Now, at this point, it's mostly a nuisance rainfall. So yes, this is going to make the roads kind of messy. There will likely be more accidents. People will be driving slower as they should be. And you need to keep it slow on the roadways throughout the day today, especially as the rainfall starts to pick up. Because yes, it is pretty light right now, but look at all the heavy rainfall that extends off towards our west. So I mentioned that some of the pockets of heavier rainfall are getting close to the Alabama-Georgia border. That extends westward through Mississippi as well as into Louisiana and even portions of central and east Texas, where we are seeing not only some heavier rainfall, but some isolated embedded thunderstorms that are starting to develop. Now, our thunderstorm threat, especially through the morning, is going to be pretty limited, and that all has to do with the temperatures. It's chilly across North Georgia right now because of the wedge setup. If you haven't heard of the wedge, it's a very common occurrence here in North Georgia. It's when high pressure is up towards our northeast. It traps colder air along the Appalachian Mountains and pushes that cold air down into our area. And you can see the influence of the wedge extends far south, even into central Georgia. Temperatures, once you get to Albany, are 70 degrees, whereas here in Atlanta, we're at 40. So right now there's a big temperature difference between what we're seeing down towards the south into the Gulf Coast and what we're seeing a little bit further inland. As the wedge erodes throughout the day today, some spots, mainly southwest of the Atlanta metro, will start to get the warmer air. Warmer air is inherently less stable, and that introduces a possibility for some storms and maybe even some severe weather. The primary severe weather threat today is going to be down towards our southwest. So we have a slight level 2 risk in yellow, as well as an enhanced level 3 risk in this tan color that goes through portions of Louisiana, Mississippi, as well as Alabama. That slight level 2 risk does extend into the southwestern portions of our area, and that's where we have the highest threat for perhaps some isolated, stronger to severe storms. The marginal risk level 1 extends through metro Atlanta, as well as up towards the northeast into Gwinnett County, as well as portions of Forsyth County. As we go throughout the day today and temperatures try to warm up a little, we'll start to see isolated embedded thunderstorms. So what are we looking out for when it comes to the severe risk? We could see some storms that do produce not only the heavy rainfall that leads to flooding, but also potentially some gusty winds, some hail, and even brief isolated spin-up tornadoes. Now, our tornado threat is very, very low, but it's something we'll be monitoring closely, especially into this far southwestern corner of our area where temperatures this afternoon will likely be a little bit warmer. We're talking 60s while the rest of the area stays in the 50s. Here's how it plays out hour by hour on our forecast track. We've got the time up here in the corner, so this is by 11 a.m. We're starting to see not only the widespread rainfall, but more pockets of heavier rain kind of embedded within it. So things will really start to pick up as we get into the afternoon hours. This will definitely have an impact on your evening commute today as this continues just kind of on and off into the afternoon, into the evening, and yes, even overnight tonight. So this is 2 o'clock this afternoon, just a snapshot of what the radar may look like. It may not necessarily be raining the entire day in every location, but we will see periods of at times very heavy rainfall. So if you have those outdoor plans, I don't think you're going to get them done today. Through the overnight tonight, we'll continue to see not only periods of heavy rainfall, more of the darker oranges as well as reds show up on our forecast track, which indicates the heavy rain and also the stronger storms. And these will push down towards the east throughout the afternoon and evening. So as we get into the overnight hours, we'll start to clear out slowly from the northwest corner down towards the southeast, and the bulk of the rainfall is out of our area by the time we're waking up tomorrow morning. We are going to be left potentially with some cloud cover as well as any lingering flooding. So if flooding does become more of an issue into this evening as well as overnight tonight, just because the rainfall ends doesn't mean that flood risk is over, especially around those streams and creeks and low-lying areas. A lot of times the runoff can lead to additional flooding even long after the rainfall has ended. As we go throughout the next 24 hours, we will be watching for that flood risk very carefully because we could pick up some good rainfall accumulation on top of that ½ to 1.5 inches we've already picked up. This is just one forecast model, but it kind of gives you a snapshot of what we could potentially see throughout the day today. I don't want you to get too attached to the numbers, but the general gist of it is that many spots will pick up an additional 1 to 3 inches of accumulation, and some locations could see an additional 4 to maybe even 5 inches of accumulation on top of what we've already picked up. And in a short 24-hour span, that could easily lead to some flooding. Our rainfall comes to an end as we go into the day on Thursday. We'll keep a low-end rain chance in the forecast. We dry out for Friday, and then our next round of rainfall arrives as we move into the weekend. We're tracking another storm system that will bring in the risk for some scattered showers and isolated storms, potentially some strong to even severe thunderstorms. So this is our forecast track by Sunday morning. This is mainly going to be an overnight event Saturday night into early Sunday morning that will see this second round of rainfall as we move into the weekend. And it could lead to additional accumulation of maybe 1 to 2 inches in some spots. So our rainfall totals over the course of the next 7 days will likely be pretty impressive. Temperatures today, I mentioned, will vary widely depending on your location. Up towards the northeast, where the wedge is a bigger influence, we're talking highs in only the 40s or the 50s. Through metro Atlanta, we'll even see a little bit of that variation as well. So within the city, we could get up into the low 50s. Up towards the northeast, we'll be closer to that 50-degree mark. The further down towards the southwest you go, temperatures will get a lot milder, a lot faster. So we could see some spots that get into the 60s and maybe even push 70 throughout the day today. Some slightly warmer air works its way in as that wedge erodes into the end of the week as well as the weekend. So we'll climb back up above average with highs in the 60s, which yes, may elevate that risk for some stronger storms as we go into Saturday night as well as early Sunday morning. Again, we have that weather impact alert in effect throughout the day today that continues into the overnight hours as well as we monitor not only that potential for some heavier rain that could lead to flooding, but also a low-end risk for severe weather later this afternoon and evening. Our 7-day forecast is certainly an active one. We will continue to have updates here on 11 Alive Plus as well as on air throughout the day today and tonight as the rainfall continues.
making sense of tariffs, what's behind them, and what's the impact it'll have on your wallet. Plus the do's and don'ts of filing your income taxes, and we'll have some ways to save. And we're just 1 year out from the Winter Olympics in Milan. We're going to take you to northern Italy for a quick preview. This is The Take. Hello and welcome. I'm Chesley McNeil, and this is The Take, where we go above and beyond the headlines to look at why and how stories are impacting you and your community. We're going to have experts on to give us their expertise, their expert take, and we'll try to have a little fun as we go along. But first, we're going to start you off with a weather impact alert. We have one today because of the heavy rain that is in the forecast area. That rain will add up so much that there will be some flooding in the area. We're going to have rounds of heavy rain. This is an all-day event. Light rain out there right now, but it will turn or start to intensify as we head toward the afternoon, and those rounds could lead to flooding in our area, not only our area creeks and rivers and streams, but also on the roadways out there, some of those flood prone areas that have poor drainage. You're definitely going to be on the lookout. We got a flood watch that will last until Thursday morning. Much of North Georgia is included in this watch except for our far easternmost counties there. Again, we're talking another 3 to 5 plus inches of rainfall, where we've already had some yesterday, got up to about a half an inch to an inch, so the ground is already saturated, so this is just going to pile up, folks. We'll continue to have updates for you pretty much all morning long. Be sure to stay weather aware by downloading the 11 Alive app or just by scanning the QR code that just popped up right there on your screen, and stay right here on 11 Alive Plus for constant updates throughout the day. In fact, Nicole Hartford will have an update for us at the top of the hour right here on 11 Live Plus. All right, parts of Georgia still recovering from the devastating impact of 2 powerful storms last year. FEMA says it's still trying to roll out much needed financial help. The agency has handed out more than $640 million to help homeowners, renters, and communities recover from Tropical Storms Debbie and Hurricane Helene. Now, that money is split between individual homeowners, renters, and community public assistance. Last week, FEMA stopped accepting applications for federal help, but says it's still trying to work out processing nearly 400,000 claims. That's a lot. All right, one of the buzzwords so far this year for 2025 has been tariff. I'm sure you know that word by now. The new Trump administration is putting them in place, and President Trump hopes it will boost the U.S. economy. Here to help us make sense of tariffs is Emory business professor Raymond Hill. Professor Hill, welcome to the show.
Hello. Glad to be here.
Glad you're here. Many people have questions about tariffs, but first, tell us what a tariff is.
Well, everybody knows what a sales tax is, and a tariff is just a sales tax, but it's only applied to goods that come from another country.
Okay, so how serious are these moves in putting tariffs in place, and are they really working? Let's put it that way.
Well, they seldom work. The question is whether these are threats that are designed to bring about some change in some other country, or whether they're going to stay in place. But you know, and their seriousness depends on how long they're going to last. But they're certainly going to drive up prices for consumers if they last for any length of time.
So when you talk about it driving up the price for consumers, what is that impact? Could it be major, or does it cap off somewhere, or can they just keep going up?
Well, I mean, it'll be the tariffs they're talking about are 25%, something like that. And the problem is, everybody knows, okay, if I put a 25% tariff on avocados, then avocados are going to be more expensive next Super Bowl. Okay, we know that. What's harder to predict is that we put a tariff on, let's say, imports from Canada, and their automobile industry is highly integrated with ours. So we don't know exactly where that's going to show up in the production, train, and what part of the car or what part of your car is going to be affected, and how much that's going to happen. But steel tariffs, again, same thing. The cost of steel is going to go up, but the cost of everything that's made with steel is going to go up as well. Hard to tell exactly how serious they're going to be.
So is the goal behind putting them in place to produce more things here in the United States instead of getting them from overseas?
Well, see, that's the big myth. You say, why do we have tariff? Well, it's going to create jobs in the U.S. It's not going to create jobs in the U.S. because, first of all, we're at full employment already, all right? So the jobs would have to come from somewhere else. And for every job you create, let's say in the steel industry, then you're going to lose a job in some industry that uses steel. And this is the hardest part for people to get, because it's very visible. Let's say I get some more jobs in the steel industry, those jobs that you lose, the guy who's making pipe scaffolding, for instance, and hires less people, that's not very visible. And particularly if our trading partners start to retaliate, then almost always you find that the job losses elsewhere in the economy are greater than the job creation in the industry that supposedly benefits.
Gotcha. Last question real quick. What are some of the things that are impacted by a tariff that we're not thinking about?
Well, again, I think that you wake up and you find out, well, this is a steel tariff, and I got some more employment in a steel mill in Indiana, and then you're trying to rebuild your house in Los Angeles, and suddenly all the aluminum and steel that you're going to need to rebuild that building is more expensive or unavailable. That's the part that you're going to get surprised on.
Gotcha. All right, Professor Hill, really appreciate you joining us this morning and educating us about tariffs. Now we know a little bit more. We'll probably have more questions for you, though.
Glad to do it.
Thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. All right, have a great day. Today, family and friends will gather to say their final goodbye to Jeremy Labate. The Roswell police officer was shot and killed in the line of duty last Friday. Funeral services will take place at 3 o'clock at the Roswell United Methodist Church. We will be streaming today's funeral service right here on 11 Live Plus, so you can catch all that right here, again, on 11 Live Plus. All right, let's take a look at our 7-day outlook, and it does show that we are looking at an 11 Live weather impact alert for today. 100% chance for that rain, and that rain will be heavy at times, so you have to be on the lookout for flooding, especially if you live near a river, creek, or stream, or you live in one of those areas with poor drainage, those low-lying areas that you know all about. The good news is that the rain will start to end by Thursday morning. So you get some sunshine in here by the afternoon, and so looking good from there. Valentine's Day looks good. You got mostly sunny skies, 58 degrees for the high temperature. Then the rain comes back to us as we head into the upcoming weekend. Could be some strong thunderstorms around as well, especially late Saturday going into Sunday. Of course, we'll keep you updated right here, and then a little bit colder as we start the work week next week. All right, don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back with more show right after this.
Frugal Kitchens is offering our lowest prices of the year, like this amazing kitchen with quartz and 9-foot cabinets installed for $19,995. That is 50% off retail price. Get a working kitchen in just 5 working days. Call now to schedule your free design session today.
Serious truck crash? You'll need serious truck cash. And that won't come easy unless you've got someone on your side who knows how to get it for you. Call the Strong Arm, Attorney John Foy and Associates.
An 18-wheeler's most precious cargo isn't what they're hauling. It's the multi-million-dollar insurance policy that's fiercely protected by the trucking company. Let us handle the fight for you. Our truck accident experts can get you the serious truck cash you deserve.
Call Attorney John Foy and Associates today.
Right now, during the Rooms to Go President's Day mattress sale, get this very special offer. Sleep better and save big when you buy this Beauty Rest Select Hybrid or Therapeutic mattress in your choice of sizes for only $5.95. That's 2 great brands, any size, one low price. Choose twin, full, queen, even a king-size mattress, just $5.95. Plus, check out all our other great mattress buys throughout the store during the Rooms to Go President's Day mattress sale, going on now.
It's a party. Matt, the Kia guy from Calavan Kia, and we're celebrating our 4th birthday. We may only be 4 years old, but when we grow up, we want to be the biggest Kia dealer in the world. It's our biggest sale ever. Every car sold comes with a cruise for 2, Tellurides, K5s, Sorrentos, and your favorite new K4s. With our million-mile promise, you'll cruise away knowing your car is covered for 1,000,000 miles. Celebrate our birthday with us and drive away with a cruise for 2. Are you ready? Let's cruise.
Why do so many people trust Frugal Kitchens? Because we offer free design, free delivery, and a working kitchen in just 5 working days. And this week, get this upgraded kitchen installed with granite or quartz for just $19,995.
Welcome back to the show. Today, some federal web pages are back online, including the Center for Disease and Control and Prevention. The sites went down after President Trump's order stated the government documents not recognize gender ideology. The CDC's HIV index and page on LGBTQ youth now has a note that the website is being modified to comply with the executive orders. President Donald Trump and Elon Musk are defending their decisions to dramatically downsize the federal government. They say that the American people elected the president to make changes. With more on that and more, NBC's Washington correspondent Alice Barr, who's been covering politics for years now, joins us. Hello, Alice. How you doing?
Good morning. Doing well. Happy to be with you. Snowy behind me here.
I see that snow. All right, let's get right into it. Talk more about this, the defense that the president and Elon Musk are using.
Yeah, well, this was a really remarkable moment yesterday when Elon Musk joined President Trump in the Oval Office. He had his 4-year-old son with him as well. And essentially, they took questions from reporters and just doubled down on everything that the Department of Government Efficiency, Elon Musk's cost-cutting team, has been doing, and talked about, he said that he believes that he's been as transparent as possible, which raises some eyebrows because there's been a lot that's gone on behind the scenes. He's been able to go in and access very secure treasury payment systems, for instance, and sometimes it has been to the surprise of people in those organizations that that's happening. But this was a moment to kind of come out and say, this is what we've been doing, and to at least say that they're, striving for transparency. He defended all the cost-cutting efforts that have been underway and said that the American people voted for major changes and particularly downsizing the federal government, downsizing bureaucracy, and that is what they're doing. Musk also rejected concerns about any conflicts of interest potentially because of his business's large federal contracts, and he said that he expects to be fully scrutinized. President Trump was alongside him and backing him up really at every pass.
Alice, talk to me about the relationship between the two, President Trump and Elon Musk. How did it grow to such a tight connection? And is it safe to say that Musk is probably the most influential person on the administration?
Yeah, I mean, I think President Trump would be quick to say no one steals the spotlight from him, that he is, of course, the most influential person in the administration. But that said, particularly yesterday, there was this moment when President Trump really kind of did cede the spotlight to Elon Musk for about 30 minutes throughout the course of this press conference. And it is an interesting relationship, an incredibly consequential relationship to watch. Over the years in the past, they had pretty sharply disparaged each other, Elon Musk and President Trump. And then just really over roughly the past 6 months, they've gotten to know each other and evidently to trust each other. President Trump said that in a Fox News interview over the weekend, that he trusts Elon Musk. He thinks he has nothing to gain through what he's been doing. And certainly the president has been very adamant about this cost cutting and about reducing the size of government, campaign trail promises. He thinks that Elon Musk in his private sector tech role and experience he's had doing that with some of his past companies is somebody that can lead the way and do this in a really different fashion. And, they both have kind of a bombastic style at times, and that appears to have bonded them. There had been some questions about bumps along the road, but at this point, they seem to be pretty in step.
Yeah. What agencies does he have next in his sights, do you think?
Yeah, up next is going to be the Department of Education and the Department of Defense. And, some of what's been up to this point has been maybe a little more at the edges, but these are big departments, education and defense. And education is one that President Trump spoke about on the campaign trail, wanting to potentially abolish. We've heard some rumblings that might even be in the works and send education decisions back to the states. But that'll be controversial. But even more so, I would say, would be Department of Defense, if there are major cuts in that arena, because that's an area that the president has always leaned into, and certainly that Republicans on Capitol Hill, you have a lot of defense hawks and people who don't want to see cuts to our military. So, the president has said he's going to find waste and fraud there when they go into that department. But it'll be interesting to see how far that goes and what pushback they might receive there.
Alice, thanks so much for your insight. Really appreciate it. We're going to see you here tomorrow. We'll talk more. All right.
Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Alice. All right, you have 8 weeks to get your income tax filed, but don't worry. We're here to help you. Joining me now is financial expert Albert Pujols, and my man, always with the pocket square, the tie. He always tries to show me up. Welcome to the show, Alex. Or Andrew. I'm sorry, Andrew.
How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. You look good, by the way.
I appreciate it. trying to look as good as you.
Hey, I got to step up my game every time you're on the show. Andrew, there seems to be plenty of changes each year when it comes to filing taxes, especially when a new administration comes in. What are the ones that we need to watch out for as far as 2025?
Yeah, we haven't had any changes as far as the new administration yet. That's going to be coming in the coming months as President Trump begins to take on new legislation. However, for the current filing season, some things that people need to be cautious of and aware of are things like the new 1099K reporting threshold, right? So if you're doing any sort of work, selling anything on eBay, PayPal, Venmo, Airbnb, any of those third-party platforms, and you've done over $5,000 or more in sales last year in transactions, expect to get a 1099K, and you got to report that on your tax return because those platforms are reporting into the IRS. If you don't do it, you're going to get a love letter from Uncle Sam probably later on this year. So that's one of the big things that people need to be aware of. That reporting requirement, Chesley, used to be $20,000, and you can see that it's come down substantially from $20,000 to $5,000, and it's slated to come down all the way down to $600 within the next 2 years. So that's a big one that is going to impact a lot of people, and you need to be cautious and aware of and make sure that you don't omit that inadvertently on your tax return, so you don't get a letter from the IRS and have to deal with that sort of stuff afterwards. Another big thing is the standard mileage rate, right? If you're a gig worker, a freelancer, if you're doing anything such as driving Uber, DoorDash, Lyft, have a side gig going on for supplemental income, you get 67 cents per business mile that you drive. So make sure you're tracking your mileage and take that deduction. That could be a big deduction that lowers the amount of tax that you're going to end up paying.
Gotcha.
Another thing that could impact folks this year is unknown out there. If you took a withdrawal from your retirement account last year, the first $1,000, if it's used for emergencies, right? It could be to fix your car, to buy a new refrigerator that broke down, to pay medical bills. That first $1,000 is exempt from the early withdrawal penalty. That saves you a little bit of money right there.
Just the $1,000, right? Just that first $1,000.
Just the first $1,000, correct. So if you took out $3,000, just the first $1,000 is going to be exempt from the early withdrawal penalty. It's still taxable for federal tax, but you're not going to have that early withdrawal penalty.
Is it that 10% that normally gets taxed, or is it a little?
That is correct. It's 10%, right? So you're saving a little bit of money there, and so that's the part of it. You can have withdrawn more, but Uncle Sam's going to allow you only the 10% on the first $1,000.
Gotcha. Andrew, one of the things you always tell us is don't be too rushed to file. Why do you say that?
I say that because a lot of times we see, and in my world, being a practitioner, tax professional, we start on tax returns, and then we have clients who get third-party information reporting that comes in mid to late March, particularly those who have brokerage accounts, meaning those who do stock trading, crypto trading. A lot of those, the Charles Schwab's, the TD Ameritrades, the Bank of America's, for example, they tend to have revisions and adjustments. And those statements, we see them often in the last few years that come out as late as February up into mid-March. So if you prepare your tax return and you have something a little more complicated, meaning something than a very basic tax return, you may just kind of want to be cautious, make sure you also have all your ducks in a row, all your information, you're not missing anything. Rushing to file and just omitting information so you can get a refund because you need the money is only going to lead into complications and problems afterwards.
Last question real quick here. Around this time you get all these commercials about free tax filing. Do these sites work, or is there a one way to save on doing your taxes that you know?
Yeah, listen, if you have a very simple return that's not complicated, maybe one or two W-2s, and you're below $84,000, you may be eligible to do free e-file. If you go to irs.gov and you take a look there, they'll have information that will guide you through the process.
All right, Andrew, we're looking for you to come back on the show and make us rich.
Absolutely. Anytime, Chesley.
And appreciate the look as well, man. You're looking smooth. All right. Thanks a lot, Andrew. Really appreciate it. Now, if you're planning to file your I-9s and your 1040s, well, the Better Business Bureau reminds you that fraudsters can attempt to steal your money and your identity in various ways. You got to know that. The IRS says it initiated more than 2,500 criminal investigations during the 2022 fiscal year. Out of those, $31 billion was identified as being a result of tax and federal and financial crimes. And the United States Sentencing Commission says out of every 10 sentenced for tax fraud offense, about 7 were men and 3 were women. Folks, you got to understand, you cannot mess with Uncle Sam. You're going to get caught. And when you do, it's going to cost you. Bottom line, you got to know it. Don't go anywhere. We're back right after this.
If you find stuff you don't want backing up in places like this, your main problem is your main drain. And the cure for pain in the main drain is Barty. Call Barty and get things flowing today. 93 gets you back up free.
For comfort and care, Barty is there.
It only happens once a year. It's always fun. It's our signature sign and drive event. All you got to do is sign and drive with no money down and no payments for 90 days. Plus, at Beaver Toyota, you'll receive exclusive Beaver benefits with your new car. Benefits like no-charge oil changes and car washes. And yes, even complimentary loaner cars and a lifetime powertrain warranty. It's our annual Sign and Drive event. Now, this is the way car buying should be. Only at Beaver Toyota. We're here to wow you.
My family and I wanted a fresh start, but we didn't want the hassle of selling our home. So I went to markspain.com and got a guaranteed offer.
With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can receive an all-cash offer and close in as little as 21 days. There are no showings, no open houses, no stress.
I skipped the cleaning and repairs and sold my home for more than I expected.
The guaranteed offer keeps you in control. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today.
If you've hired a law firm and you don't know what's going on with your case, you might assume nothing is being done. Sadly, you might be right. When a law firm takes on more cases than it can handle, you don't get the service or the results you deserve. At Montlick Injury Attorneys, we give you a skilled attorney who's on top of your case from day one. If you're hurt, call #WIN now from your cell phone to speak with a Montlick Injury Attorney. That's #946. Get more money with Montlick.
Barty Home Services. From drains and fixtures to water heaters, our trusted expert plumbers handle it all. With 35 years of local expertise, dedicated to providing you the best in plumbing services. Barty Plumbing, quality service, every home, every time.
For comfort and care, Barty is there.
Oh yeah, can you feel it? We are less than 1 year to go before the opening ceremonies of the 2026 Winter Olympics in Milan and Cortina, Italy. And they're celebrating big in the host city. Matt Renew from our sister station in Denver is in Milan right now and joins us live to give us a sneak peek, a sneak preview of what's in store. Matt, how you doing this morning?
Good, Chesley. Beautiful day in Milan, Italy. You know, the weather here has been spectacular since we've been. It feels like springtime more than wintertime because we're talking about a Winter Olympics. And so the events in the city of Milan are going to be spectacular because it's so nice in this Italian city.
And you're looking good, too. You're looking good. You know, the Olympics have 2 host cities. Is there a reason for that? Can one city not host the games?
Yeah, right. I think either one of them probably could have hosted it. In fact, one of them did 70 years ago. The idea between having Milan and Cortina both hosting together, we're told by organizers, is so that they can showcase a little bit of the mountains and the French and Italian Alps and the Dolomites and all that beautiful landscape, as well as that cosmopolitan city feel of Milan. Blend those two things together, even though they're about 250 miles apart. It's about 5 hours of driving between those two cities, and then combine them into one Olympics. The other is more practical. The new model for the Olympics is to not build a lot of new venues, but to use existing venues. And so they found those surrounding sort of the northern area of Milan and then Cortina. And then so they're using all these existing venues to try to save money. They're doing these games for about 3.9 billion, which is on the cheap for an Olympics. And that's the new model for the games and why 2 cities are hosting.
I see. Matt, you've been covering a lot of Olympics. Have you ever seen it like this before? Will it be tough for you to get around to cover these games?
You know, this is going to be pretty typical, at least in the city of Milan, of what we've seen for the Olympics. Paris was interesting because they had so many venues all throughout their city. What makes this one a little more unique are the venues will be throughout northern Italy instead of just a city. So getting around Milan won't necessarily be difficult. What's going to be tough for people is making it maybe to multiple venue sites. Milan, Cortina, Bergamo. It's going to be a difficult, it's just so much travel time. That's where the challenge will be for people. Hopefully the schedule shows that these events are pretty spread out from day to day, and so if you wanted to try to go to those, that will be the challenge.
Yeah. Now, Matt, there's been talk about the use of the bobsled luge, and the skeleton might not be finished in time for the games. Do you have an update on that?
Right, that has been a big topic. And again, we just spoke with organizers just a short time ago, and they're saying that they're still going to have that bobsled track finished. The original plan was to build something new. They decided they weren't going to be able to do that, so maybe they would go out of country. They didn't want to do that. So now the plan is to refurbish this track that they had from the 1956 Olympics in Cortina, and that's about $130 million worth of work, and they've got to get it done now pretty quickly because the timetable is pretty short, not just for the opening ceremony, which is less than a year away, but also they got to test that track. Other nations have to come in and practice on the ice. They are confident they're going to have it done. The backup is to send it to Lake Placid in the United States. That's something they don't want to do, so you know the Italians are going to be working hard and fast to try to get that track finished in time.
Absolutely. Matt, what is your favorite Winter Olympic game?
You know, I got to tell you, most of the time for me, it's eating. That's my favorite Olympic sport. Outside of that, I love skier and border cross. That's where you've got 4 skiers or 4 snowboarders racing down a hill at the same time. They're hitting each other with elbows, trying to knock each other off the track. It's really physical. It's not a very big sport as far as audiences, but I love it.
Hockey on skis. I like it. Matt, thanks so much for joining us way overseas, getting ready for the Winter Olympics. Appreciate you joining us. Got to figure out a way to get that scarf. Yep, we're back with something to think about and your moment of Zen. Don't go anywhere. We're back right after this.
My name is Tim Leith. I was sitting at a red light. Out of nowhere, I just got rear-ended. I reached out to Morgan & Morgan directly from the scene. It was incredibly simple to get the process started. I never actually had to physically set foot into Morgan & Morgan. You can literally do everything from your cell phone. I was able to get emails, text messages. Morgan & Morgan got my initial offer 10x'd. And I never even got a check. I just got a direct deposit into my bank account. It's so easy.
Kick off the new year in a new Subaru. You'll find yours at Troncalli Subaru on Highway 9 in Cumming. Take home a new Subaru Outback and take advantage of 2.9% financing for 72 months. And we'll maintain the love with complimentary maintenance included. Shop us online for more great offers and kick off the new year in a new Subaru. Troncalli Subaru, where customers send their friends. On Highway 9 in Cumming and online at troncallisubaru.com.
At Pinnacle Home Improvements, your project begins with me.
With me.
With me.
With me. With me.
At Pinnacle Home Improvements, your exterior home remodeling project begins with each of our team of experts. That teamwork dynamic is how we provide exceptional service to every customer. Whether it's your home, windows, roofing, or siding project,
your project begins with me.
With me. With me. Your total satisfaction is our mission at Pinnacle Home Improvements, where your project begins
with me.
With me.
At Interactive College of Technology, you get more than a career-focused education. You'll get admissions help and financial planning support from day one. Teachers that care about you. You get academic advisors. And there's career assistance coordinators that help you find interviews when you graduate or anytime after. At ICT, we will stand by you to help you get the future you want. So, visit ict.edu to set up a free tour today.
Welcome back to the show. The pressure is on. We're only a couple days away from the big love day, Valentine's Day, and many of you are searching for that perfect gift, aren't you? Yep. Well, new numbers show the average person will spend about $189. The most popular gifts usually are candy, flowers, cards, and of course, an evening out. One item that might cost you a little bit more this year is that chocolate. Yeah, the price of chocolate treats may leave a bitter taste in your mouth. One expert says you can expect to see chocolate prices jump from 10 to 20% over last year. The price of cocoa has doubled since the beginning of 2024 and hit a record high in December. All right, before we go, here's something for you to think about. The nominees are out for this year's Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction, and the South has got something to say. 2 of the 14 nominees are from Atlanta, rock and roll band, the Black Crowes, and hip hop icons Outkast, both nominated for the first time. This year's inductees will be revealed in April, so we have to wait for that. But I mean, the Crowes have been around since the 60s. Outkast is just super icons. They're going to get in. Got to let them in. There's more following them from Atlanta. Got to let them in at least first, right? Yeah. All right. Thanks for joining us, folks. As we say goodbye, we want to give you that moment of Zen, especially on a rainy, gloomy Wednesday like this. We'll be back with you tomorrow for another episode of The Take. Take care.
Can you hear me now? I'm meteorologist Nicole Hartford. Thank you for joining us on 11 Alive Plus as we track quite a bit of rainfall moving across North Georgia and across much of the southeast. Because of the rain we're anticipating and the rainfall we've already seen, we do have a weather impact alert in effect throughout the day today as well as into tonight. We'll see periods of rain, and as the day progresses, more widespread and yes, heavier rain is expected. That could lead to some flooding, especially around our streams and creeks, and because of that, we do have a flood watch in effect across much of North Georgia. This includes all of Metro Atlanta until tomorrow morning. We could see additional rain totals of anywhere from 2 to 4 inches with some localized higher spots. So it's those typical low-lying spots that will likely end up being a problem. We're talking about those areas surrounding rivers, streams, creeks, and then also on the roadways. It's already messy out there just because it's wet and slick, but as we start to see the heavier rainfall, we could also see some ponding on the roadways. So we'll be watching for that flood risk throughout the day today. Already, rainfall totals range from about 1/4 to 1/2 inch for locations highlighted in green. This includes much of downtown Atlanta and then off towards the east of 85. That's kind of where we see the split between the lower rainfall totals of about 1/2 inch or lower, and then the higher rainfall totals closer to 1 inch or even 1.5 inches. So far, a lot of the rainfall, especially heavier rain, has really focused northwest of the 85 corridor, and that's kind of what we'll continue to see through much of the day today. The focus of the heaviest rainfall will be right along the 85 corridor and then up into the northwestern corner of the state. This is what the radar looks like right now. So it was mostly light rainfall throughout the morning. We've started to introduce more heavy rainfall. We're seeing additional pockets of some yellows as well as reds where that heavy rainfall exists. Now, some of the heaviest rainfall at this point is just up to the far northern corner of Fulton County. This extends into Cherokee County as well as Bartow County, and then up to the north through portions of our northwestern corner as well. That's outside of our DMA. Throughout the next couple of hours, we'll continue to monitor these pockets of heavier rainfall, and we're on the lookout for what we call training thunderstorms. These are storms that redevelop over the same locations, leading to prolonged periods of very heavy rainfall. This is just the start too of the heavy rainfall that's still to come. As you can see out towards the west, we're watching quite a few locations extending through Alabama, as well as into Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, even into East Texas, where conditions are a lot rainier. We're seeing heavier rainfall, more widespread rainfall, and through portions of Alabama, we've even had a couple isolated thunderstorms that have tried to develop. At this point throughout North Georgia, thunderstorms have really been prohibited because of temperatures. It's chilly thanks to our wedge setup. If you're not familiar with the wedge, it's a very common pattern here in North Georgia. It happens when an area of high pressure up into the Carolinas or into the eastern coast of the United States sits and pushes colder air up against the Appalachian Mountains. That ends up trapping colder air in North Georgia, resulting in this pretty big discrepancy of temperatures that we have. You get closer to the coast into Pensacola, as well as even Albany, and temperatures are in the low to mid 70s. Right now that wedge is strong, but we do anticipate it eroding a little bit throughout the day today, and that will introduce the possibility of some storms later this afternoon and evening, maybe even the risk for severe weather. Now, of course, as you'd expect, the higher threat for severe weather is going to be off towards the south and the west of our area, where temperatures are already a little bit warmer. We have a slight risk, that's these locations in yellow, a level 2 risk that extends through portions of, yes, north and central Georgia into Alabama, and as far west as Louisiana. A higher enhanced risk, that's a level 3 in tan, extends through portions of Louisiana, Mississippi, as well as into Alabama. And this is really where the severe weather is anticipated today. When it comes to types of severe weather, in addition to those storms that could lead to heavy rainfall and flooding, we'll also be monitoring the risk for storms that could produce hail, frequent lightning, as well as some gusty winds. Our tornado threat is very low, but it's not zero. So that's something we'll be watching closely, especially for those southwestern counties down towards the southwest of the Atlanta metro. Throughout the next couple hours, we'll continue to watch as these showers and storms become not only more widespread, but a little bit more intense. In fact, our forecast track shows more of those pockets of oranges and reds that indicates the heavier rainfall, of course, but also typically the stronger storms. As we go into this afternoon and evening, we'll see more of that yellow, oranges, reds showing up on the radar. Our timestamp up here in the corner, this is by 9 o'clock this evening. So I think our storm threat starts to go up after or near the sunset. And then as we go into the overnight hours, things will slowly start to clear. We'll clear from the northwest down towards the southeast. So this is by 1 o'clock in the morning. A lot of the heavier rainfall has shifted down towards the south and the east of the metro area and is starting to move into portions of central Georgia. By the time you're waking up tomorrow morning, most of the rainfall has subsided with the exception of some of our southeastern counties, and we could see a couple lingering showers even into Thursday. When it comes to a flood risk, though, depending on how things evolve throughout the afternoon and evening, we could still be dealing with flood issues into tomorrow morning. Just because the rain stops doesn't mean the flood ends either, especially in locations around those streams, those creeks. We have runoff with all this water that has to go somewhere, ends up in the streams and creeks, and can even elevate our flood risk after the rainfall has subsided. We will start to dry out into the end of the week, but we are not quite done with the rainfall potential. When it comes to this storm system, here's our updated rainfall projections. Now, don't get too stuck on these exact numbers, but it shows you pretty much widespread, a swath through the I-85 corridor and up towards the northwest, where we could see 2 to maybe even 4 inches of accumulation. Outside of that swath, we're talking maybe 1 to 2 inches of accumulation. So the flood risk obviously going to be higher wherever the heavier rainfall develops and where the heavier rainfall consistently falls. As we go through the next 24 hours, we will also be watching that risk for flooding. And then rainfall subsides into early tomorrow morning. We keep a low end rain chance in the forecast for Thursday. We dry out for Friday, and then our next storm system arrives late Saturday and into Sunday. Ahead of this, we'll pull in some moisture from the Gulf of Mexico that will lead to a few isolated showers through Saturday. But this is mainly going to be an overnight event Saturday night into early Sunday morning. And as temperatures warm up and our wedge erodes, it is likely that we could see another threat, another low end threat for some strong to perhaps severe storms. So we'll be watching that really closely. Over the course of the next 7 days, we're talking rainfall accumulation totals that range from about 2 to 4 inches across North Georgia, with some localized higher spots of 4 inches plus possible. Temperatures today will vary widely based on location because of the influence of the wedge. This typically leads to colder air up into the northeastern corner of the state, and this will likely extend into the Atlanta metro as well. So we're forecasting highs only in the low 50s in Atlanta, but the further south you go, the warmer the air gets. So we could see some spots south of I-20 that get up into the 60s, even the mid to upper 60s later this afternoon. More warmth, less cool air is typically less stable as well, which will elevate that severe weather risk. Typically, these colder temperatures really help to squash any type of thunderstorm development and keep the severe weather threat on the lower side. Temperatures are going to be warmer into the end of the week as well as the weekend. Will jump up above average with highs back into the 60s by Saturday and Sunday, which is why our severe weather threat may end up being a little bit more prevalent as we go into the weekend. At this point, we only have a weather impact alert for Wednesday, but it's possible we end up extending that based on what we're tracking into the weekend as well. The flood threat for today is the main thing we're watching, especially if you'll be out on the roads after dark when it's a lot harder to see. You need to make sure that you are driving slow and being cautious, and I would advise if you don't have to be on the roads, just don't. It's going to be a mess, especially for the evening rush hour, thanks to all of this rainfall. The rain subsides as we go into the end of the week. Then we'll have that second opportunity as we go into the weekend. Now, of course, we will have updates here on 11 Alive Plus as well as on air throughout the day today and into the night as we watch to see how the rainfall evolves. We'll be tracking all this moisture moving across North Georgia. We've got probably a good 20 to 22 hours left of rainfall potential. So you can catch those updates here on 11 Alive Plus as well as on air.